Check. Check. How do I sound? Check. How do I sound? Okay, I think I'm okay with this volume. I might actually be a little on the loud side. I think I might just crank down my audio. Tell you what, while I'm trying to get started here, we can switch over here. And I might crank down myself just like 0.5 of a decibel. Make it a little quieter. Sorry, my voice like just started messing up like as soon as I started.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionate. It was pitched by practiced hands. The tent looks old but well maintained.
So we're gonna check out her
In the
tent.
darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine
Assorted
flashlight on the
soft
books.
covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio
I should
enthusiast
also
magazines.
join the stream call. So if you want to call in on tonight's stream, you can.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook.
A
You
notebook.
pocket the
Let's
worn
take it.
brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Okay, so there is no way out of here. So I assume it'll be in the Interact tab. Here we go. Let's read this journal.
Thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's
Examine
made
the
of
cover.
full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers.
Unwind
The
the
journal
strap.
falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study
The
the
large
handwriting.
cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix
Flip
of
through the pages.
logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
Oh, thank you for the Prime sub again, Crusader. I hope you're doing well. Oh, let me see if... I bet it's something to do with my end. Let me check something. I will also hydrate while I do that. Okay, I have hydrated. Come on, this thing loads so slowly. Okay. It's not in here. It's probably something on Twitch's end. Either way, thank you for the sub.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Let me see. I guess let's just take these in order, like what
Hard
kind
to
of
tell
logistics.
exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, I should probably move that little alert thingy a little bit over because I just saw it was cut off. There we go. Thank you for the bits.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at the station who's good with codes.
There we
can
go.
get this
Now
to
the
them after we
subscription's
finish
coming
this.
through. Thank you for the resubscription, Crusader.
Esoteric
what are the
radio
diagrams?
technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back
The
do the
first
entries
entry
go?
is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Interesting. Was she like suspicious that the Union was gonna drop her? What did she
Nothing
write on the
on
day
March
Lely
4th.
died?
March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this, loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
I would love to play through this again with like good logic stats and actually like be able to reason out things. Anything about
That
La
name
Puta
isn't
Madre?
mentioned as far as you can tell.
No mention
about
of La
this
Puta
M?
Madre.
Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Read the first
Great.
entry from March
M's
9th.
peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder.
Whoops.
Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head.
This is a coincidence. I would
The
never kill
thought
people
steadies
for a
your
mob
nerves.
boss.
The journal stops shaking in your hand.
Read the entry from
Been
March
holed
12th.
up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan. to run drugs for the competition.
What's the most recent
The most
entry?
recent entry is from today. It reads, "Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open
Heal.
road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning."
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
If she didn't do it, then maybe it's
I
good that
wouldn't
we
go so
didn't
far
catch her.
as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Am I really elected to Madre
No,
agent?
I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Then who do you think
Claudia
killed
was the
Mark?
one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or
But no one
maybe
has
she
shot.
had an accomplice. Either way, we need one thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags.
Okay. So we got questions at the whirling. Okay, it's still showing me all of my white checks, so there is something. We're gonna have to find someone from our precinct to talk to.
Ratan! Now is the time!
Time for what?
You
Is this
will
it?
see. First the spirits! The blue medicinal spirits! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world!
Wait, right now Ruby's gone. I don't think
Hush,
there's
hush,
anything to celebrate.
Ratan! Now is not the time to celebrate. Now is the time to get ready! Trust me on this! This is what it's all been building towards! It's gonna be off the hook! Off all hooks!
Slowly
The bottle
uncork
opens
the blue
with a
medicinal
silent,
spirits.
mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth are
Just
as
in case
crisp
this
as the
damages me, I'm
northern
gonna do an
winds.
extra heal.
Howling somewhere, lashing the boardwalk with brine and rain. An ancient warmth crawls under your skin.
Now, Bratan, take me off!
Take the
Your
necktie.
fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand.
Now, put me in the bottle!
But why?
Trust me! Just trust me! You and I are gonna have so much fun it should be illegal!
I suspect
Just
that it
put me in
might
the
be.
bottle, Bratan! I'm not gonna let you down! You and I are like the same person!
Put the necktie
As
in
the
the
necktie
bottle.
slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface. There, they quickly dissolve and disappear completely, cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% pure alcohol. The fabric looks almost new again, no longer like a disgusting worm of the lower intestine, but like a
So was
colorful
it like
and deadly
cleaning fluid?
poisonous reef snake of the Insulindian Ocean.
So what next?
The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace. There
Necktie?
is silence. The
Cork the
lieutenant
bottle?
has been observing you quietly all this time. He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up.
I've got to ask, what are you doing?
I don't
That
really
makes
know, but
2
I'm
of us.
eager to find
Let's
out.
not waste any more time under this boardwalk. We need to clear this all up.
So, we have an item called the Spirit Bomb. It just says, equip this when times are most dire. That does seem like a good thing to have? Question mark? So I assume the whirling is like where the story's going to continue. I wonder if we can talk to someone from our precinct from Kim's vehicle? Let's take the dramatic walk back. I just want to double check one thing, because I'm like nervous I'm going to have the spirit bomb and then like I won't be able to equip it in the right moment. Okay. So there's like 2 things I want to check, actually. Or I figured out one thing. I want to check one more thing. Let me check something. Okay. So we're gonna head back to the whirling.
Stop. Now. It is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What am I
Your old
supposed to
friend
do?
has prepared you for this, at great cost to himself. Make sure you hear what sounds like an enthusiastic gurgling coming from the spirit bomb in your pocket.
Sure,
Then
I
you'd
feel
better
ready for
get
what lies
ready.
ahead.
Whatever happens.
Thank you, Kim. So I did mildly spoil it for myself. It's a hand-eye coordination check that's coming up that's really important. So I am going to go ahead and just like burn a skill point on that. And then, did that unlock any checks just out of curiosity? I don't think it would have. Yeah, it didn't. Let's also make sure we have our spirit bomb equipped.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Ah, so this guy was suspicious.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the scab leader. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Oh, that's like an actual person in the left corner there. I didn't even notice him.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
Let's see. What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
The big one is the scab.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first. The Mercenary Tribunal.
Stop! This is the police!
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
So which one is it?
He
Who's
is.
right?
I was wrong.
Pig fuck!
Easy now, no one needs to
people
die
are
here
gonna
today.
die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit.
All right! End game! Light me on fire and throw me in his face!
If you waste time, people will die. No, we can do this. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? No, please. Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
Let's see. Oof. Who is that?
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He does.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
This talking shit.
Easy. Easy now.
Like, this is objectively the best choice we have. Can I save? Like, right this second? Oh, I can't. Go for it. Yes!
With a crash of shattering glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. The bomb hits the mercenary in the chest, swallowing him in flames as he staggers backward. In the fiery inferno, you see your tie, coiling around the man's neck. It is no longer horrific, but beautiful and pure.
I only ever wanted you to have fun, Harry.
Wait, I didn't even
My
know
name,
your
should you
name.
know it, is Jobson AS Men's Fashion Model, Colourful Tie, Catalogue number J327.
I know so little about you.
One
How
day
did we
a sad
meet?
man walked into a clothing store. He looked really darn like he hadn't had fun in years. He needed someone to show him how to rock and roll again. Jobson AS Catalogue number J327 shone on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and put it on. He looked at himself in the mirror, didn't smile.
Nothing will ever heal me, but at least I'll have a funny
And from
time.
that moment on, we rode together. The rest of your clothes were still normal back then, but we took care of that soon enough.
Did we
Truthfully,
have any fun?
not a lot. I did everything a multi-pattern necktie can do to help a man. I mean, I tried to get you to do all the fun things. Drink beer, drink wine, drink cider. Go to parties with young people around and drink beer and cider. Do drugs too, so you don't fall asleep. You had some fun, but not enough to heal you.
What's wrong
Your
with
heart
me?
is broken, Bratushka, and it cannot be mended. Believe me, I've tried.
Am I going to stay
No,
like this
you're going to be mowed
forever?
down by gunfire from the 2 remaining marks. So no, not forever.
Well, this is a very deep conversation with our necktie, of all things.
You
Who
both
broke
did,
my heart?
Ratan. Deep down, you know it was both of you.
No, it was her mostly. Don't lie to him, Necktie.
What's going on with
This
that guy?
Well, his face has cracked open into a scream of terror. It looks like he's performing some sort of a shamanistic dance that requires you to be on fire. Yeah, his body contorts in a very disturbing manner. There's no mincing words with this one. He's dying a horrible, painful death as you're talking to your tie in your head. Smells like a steak on the grill, the burning flesh in your nostrils.
He got what was coming for him.
Eventually, we all do, Harry.
Goodbye, necktie.
See you on the other side. Harry, for God's sake! Watch out!
Oh, the guy with the gun's gonna shoot.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle
Kim, where
from
is Kim?
the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol, and
Blink,
you stare
blink.
down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail? A full suit of armor can't be too agile. You can shift direction faster than he can. Just dodge the first shot, and the second will be easier. Drunks are quick to... Titus, behind you, must be aiming at him right now. Don't forget, there's additional reinforcements. Just survive this. The shot rings.
Well, we failed.
Something violently tugs at your shoulder,
Ooh,
pushing you
2
backwards
health?
with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half of your body must be gone.
God, please.
Then, 2 shots ring, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
Kim, did he
Blood
hit the
gushes
rifle?
from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who
Glenn,
screamed?
dying in a puddle of blood behind you.
Oh no,
His mangled
Glenn!
torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Oh God, watch out.
You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through the burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes
Look
the
the
look
burning
of
man in
vengeance
the eye.
framed by melting skin. This is the last thing he will do.
Just in case.
But he will do it.
Here it comes. Death.
Evade? I'm very glad we have the thing that makes failing shots heal us. Unless we're dead anyway.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through
The
the
Hardy
darkness
Boys
and
are
pain.
screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your...
What parts
most
of
of
me
what's down there.
are missing? Oh god.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares?
Try to open
Nothing.
your eyes.
A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Live fast,
Yes,
die
keep
old.
talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids
we just
grow heavy, and the sounds ever more
gone?
distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both
No,
hands.
Kim.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and you hear a faint scream. A woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the
At least
tape.
we saved
The
Kim.
woman is gone.
For now, anyway.
So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This
Fall
is
into
dead.
darkness.
One more door, baby. One more door.
Will it be a ghost now?
You already were a ghost. Up there there screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
No, let me back in the fight.
There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his warm sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon we will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it. Again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Oh?
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
The room. is
Mr.
clean.
Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long
2
have I
days,
been out?
in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
My gun is
Cops
engraved
like
on
it.
it. Is
The
it
gates
war
of the
today?
harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
What
What
happened?
happened? You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the Major. A firefight ensued.
Is he dead?
Very. He died in the hospital.
A blood-stained killer.
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it,
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene?
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer de Paul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Thought you
This
only
is the
smoked
one.
one a day. And they're all dead?
The pool
All
was
three?
the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualty on the Union side total?
4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets.
And
All.
that's... It's a total
Yes,
shit show,
officer.
Kim.
7 people are dead. It's not a success.
Wait, he said 7, but the subtitle said 6.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Pretty
How
bad,
bad am I
officer.
hurt?
You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Can I
We will
walk?
see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
I'm a psycho
Good.
locomotor.
You'll need to be, whatever that is.
Has anyone from
No.
my station been to see me?
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean-Vic Mayer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't
I
that
called your
strange?
station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
You haven't seen
I'm
him,
sure
have
they're
you?
worried about you.
If not my station,
did.
then who treated me? Thank
No
you.
need.
Are you
Not
hurt?
very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming.
Okay, let's get up.
Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
The
Good.
lieutenant looks at you. He thinks you should sit back down. Back straight now. You're not sitting anywhere.
What
I
happens now,
honestly
Kim?
don't know.
But I don't
We
know
can't
either.
talk to Everhart. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too. Yes, she
Joyce
left
is
yesterday
gone?
morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her end. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Claudia too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Wait, Claudia is gone too?
She left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I asked Mr. Gart. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her. But maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven.
Who would have figured?
Well, that's the game telling me I should have listened to the thing more.
That was our
Who did
job
it,
to
Kim?
find out, wasn't it? Honestly, I just don't know. Our circle of suspects is dead and gone. It's not a circle at all. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
An antique bullet from a bell in the
It's
grave.
extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
Once more Claudia has
Absolutely.
escaped.
There's no other way to go about it.
He's made his peace with it. He's had time to do so.
The Maybells.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
What about the hole
I
in the
don't know.
wall?
That's been there for years.
The footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
Old
We could find
weapons,
thousands more if we
caches.
wanted. All of
But they seemed so mysterious. There's
Just
a
gonna
little
say
pause.
nothing.
He says nothing as well.
You know what I think
He
about
arches
solving
his brow.
crimes?
The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes
It
is
really
hard.
is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to
No.
give up, are you?
Are you ready to limp?
I'm
Good.
ready.
Where do you want to limp to?
Let's just aimlessly wander
Let's do
until a
that.
clue presents
We can start
itself.
upstairs in Classia's bedroom. I have not done a thorough sweep after she left. Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't...
Okay.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of yourself in the mirror, the expression fixed to your...
Oh, I could use my chain cutters to fix the mirror.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the the chain cutters slip out of your hands.
Well, let the mirror be. So how many of my quests are like abandoned? Probably a lot, actually.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping
It
this
would
thing
have been
alive.
easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky.
Okay, so even at that point we can... So, before we go into Klausja's, I want to check out Kim's car so we can call our station and ask about being a peon. I feel like the answer is probably no, but can we talk to people? Do they have
Seeing
something to
you
say?
approach, the bruised man...
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people. There I was, thinking, where are we gonna find a tin opener large enough for those cans? Then Capo Loco shows up and just sets a man on fire. Impressive shit, Copper. None of us would be breathing right now if it wasn't for... I guess what I'm trying to say here is...
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, This hulking lump of man is glad to be alive. This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
I superstarred the
Dick
shit
Mullen
out
on
of that.
steroids. Glenn would have liked you had he gotten it.
There's a lump in his throat when he thinks of Glenn, lying on the plaza mosaic, bleeding.
Sorry about the
Dio
people
was
we lost.
old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic, and effective.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Where's that shanky
Dennis?
fella?
That poor little rat is dead too. I always...
He didn't like him. That only makes it worse.
They were good people. I'm sorry
Well,
it went
yeah.
like that.
Memento mori. Right.
What does that
It
mean?
means you might die tomorrow. So live every day.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
What's gonna happen
I
to the
guess
Hardy
I'll
Boys now?
take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys.
Do you know what happened to Claudia?
Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Titus, after all we've been through, level with me. You really liked her,
No.
didn't you?
He did.
Okay,
He
got
nods
it.
and takes another sip of whiskey.
Any idea what I
Judging
should
by
do
the
now?
sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Yeah, go pay Monica visiting Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
So long, fellas. Be good. So I
Take
don't have to
care,
come back
coppers.
here again.
You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo Loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
The RCM could use a man like
I
you,
will,
Titus. Think
Capo.
about it.
That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy...
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed.
Good point, Bino Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
Oh, Mystery
Hi
Man
again,
is still
gentlemen.
here.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
There's nothing to say to him, but he's still there.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you,
You're
big
welcome.
improvement.
I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that was a crazy move. Crazy effective. Petroleum bomb. Never seen anything like that. I was there until it struck him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just felt I needed to specify that.
Where did everyone go?
You know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man
I
with
don't
sunglasses?
remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
When it happened, you were right there on the balcony.
Yeah, that's because I'm a bad at.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Yeah, I guess you are.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
Jeez, Garth, that's dark.
It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about him.
All right,
No
thanks.
problem. They'll come back. They all...
Goodbye. Looks like kitchen guy is just not here anymore.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Smell
And
heavy
blood.
fuel oil.
Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply?
You
Fingers?
could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable.
Looks like
It's better
Cindy the
that
Skull
way.
finally found the words for her
The lieutenant
masterpiece.
crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It was...
Oh, interesting. Like, one of the Pentock players is here.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where's
The
Renee?
brick is gone. I can barely believe it. But he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his...
Gone
Hell,
where?
Most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
Was he killed during
Oh,
the tribunal?
He would have liked that. Violent lives ending violently. That's how he wanted to go. Sadly, it was not the case.
How did he die
His
exactly?
angry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Was he really
I
that
repeat,
bad?
an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did
We've
you love
hated
him?
each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Some right-wing royalist
In
slogan?
Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
Something to remember
Let
your
me
friend
see.
by.
This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for the...
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
I offer my
Yes,
sincere condolences.
We are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
Too bad Renee's gone. I was gonna
René
ask him about
wasn't really
Maybells.
what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Of course he didn't. Flowers are for pansies. Stop wasting time with them.
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much. There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the bells of revolution. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter.
But you feel the dried flower in your hand somehow still does matter. Although...
Aye, for now. So we've got...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out...
Pick up the
This is
radio.
Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to
Just
the
a moment,
41st
officer.
again.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I could report that I found my
10-4,
badge
sir,
tools.
glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with
I've heard people think of me as La Puta Madre's
10-4,
peon. Do you think
sir.
I am corrected?
Well, there have been some talk, sir.
Some talk. What does it even mean if there's been some talk? Do they think
I
I'm
only
correct
meant
or
that
not?
there have been some talk in the station, that's all. But there are always some talk in the station. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
That's all for
Roger
now.
that. 10-10. Over and...
Like, I could put points into stuff, but I'm kind of looking at my stats and thinking, like, pretty much all of our quests are gone, so... And along with them, probably, what's the word? Like, there's really not much we can do quest-wise, so I think let's just kind of make our way through to the end here. I mean, maybe this isn't the end, but let's go see what's up in Claudia's room anyway. So we'll go upstairs. Left something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Could this
I
gift
am
be?
not drawing my gun. Yet.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively to just don't walk into it. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Seems
It's
like she
hardly
left in a hurry.
surprising.
Okay.
The medicine pity.
She really cleaned this out.
She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Well, let's go see what's upstairs. Also, tonight's discussion topic is what should I play next? Because we're probably going to finish this. You know, we're probably still going to finish this game with like a good half a stream left. So if anyone has any suggestions on what I should play after this, I am open to them. I know Crusader, I think it was you, it might have been Last Cop, who mentioned the Pathfinder video games. So maybe I'll check those out. A red thread.
This window is pristine, at least on the inside. A red thread has been taped.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Ooh. What happened here?
Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, ending him. The red thread bisecting the room shows the trajectory of the bullets. From
Where
the
does it
roof
come
outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Where does this thread
Maybe
lead?
if you extrapolate all possible points of origin first, the thread will make sense.
Inspect
The
the
man
ghostly
does
figures.
not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A, the
Ruby
roof.
ruled this out vehemently. The shot would have been heard from downstairs, where no one heard it. The likelihood of A prime has fallen drastically. You may be looking for a sniper. The shot had to come from a greater distance, beyond A prime. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More
B
precisely,
prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
have a look at the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
So it was probably the guy who had a sniper rifle on the, mercenary crew, right? Have a look at Land's End.
1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
Have a look at point B3.
1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 8B and 33A. The angle would have been extreme and access to the islets is questionable. Then there's the thread the witness left. She did have a first-hand view of the event. Perhaps she found something in the outer reaches of her memory of it. You need to inspect. It
Where does the thread
suggests
lead?
the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Is she trying to tell us the
Unless
shot
she
came from
thinks
the
the
islet?
perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on the islet, a sunken sea fort. I saw it through the
The lieutenant
coin-operated
looks
viewer.
out the window and onto the bay.
How did she know how to
She
do
was
this?
there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the... It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
This is her
I
way of
find that
saying
hard
she's
to
sorry.
believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
This is also one of the few
So
places
it
in
is.
Martinez we haven't been to.
For a second he seems tired.
Maybe we should go to the island?
He is trying to justify it to himself. There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
I don't have anything to
I
say.
understand.
This is just something we have to do, Kim.
He will. He has it in him.
I remember an anti-aircraft gun or the ruins of
Could
one
be
on
the
the
makings
island.
of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Let's go to the
Okay,
island.
Let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian the net picker, she's tarring her boat.
Yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Just out of curiosity, is there anything out on the roof? Whoa. So, I happen to know that going to Island is the end of the game. There is a part of me that wants to do the thing with the like paint message outside. I think I will do that one because even though I will probably play this game again, I don't know that I'll play it again on stream. I don't know. Like, there will be differences across multiple playthroughs, but I'm not really sure it would be like interesting for me to play through the game the way I played through it this time. Like, there'll be differences, but playing like 3-hour chunks, you know, every week, there might be 1 or 2 new things that happen per stream, but like most of it would be the same game. Especially because I would probably go for a character who has like very different stats to the one I have. Or like, I would want to do different stats, but not like so different, you know? Like, I probably wouldn't, for example, build a character that's really high in any of the purple stats. You know, the Inland Empire, the Empathy, the Volition, those ones. So honestly, there's a part of me that wants to, like, in my own time, play through the game again from a couple of my saves just to, like, try some of the, like, purple things. Just in case this goes poorly, I am going to make a new save here. Just checking, we don't have, like, cigarettes on hand, do we? No. In terms of games I could play next, one thing I was thinking about was like a Kingdom Hearts critical mode playthrough, because I've never done that. I'm trying to think what else.
Is this about the questions again?
A colourful
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
Other things besides Kingdom Hearts I was thinking of course, the Pathfinder games that you recommended, Crusader. I'm thinking about them, but if we're gonna start something this stream, I do not have them purchased and downloaded. So if I was gonna do those next, that would probably be something like I would find something to do to kind of kill time for the remainder of this stream and then start those next week. I'm trying to think if there are any games that I like own that I've been meaning to play through and haven't. There's probably loads. Let's see, do I have to like inspect this thing now that I have cigarettes on me?
The graffito has been painted over the
Step
traces
back,
of
Lieutenant.
the fuel oil, catches fire immediately with a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of what if the words are not directed at the people of Montanese, or even the Coalition They're meant for something above even those.
Disco
The lieutenant
Elysium.
has taken a small step back. He looks at the flames warmed him too.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of...
Let's see, I'm gonna assume like all the shops and stuff are like closed up. I want to see if anybody else is around, but I kind of feel like probably not. Like it's either gonna be that, you know, characters are just like Cindy's not up there. I'm gonna just go to the island. I'm gonna just take it for granted, I guess, that no one except for like the major plot NPCs are gonna be around. I feel like playing Fallout after this would be like kind of cool and like a fitting follow-up, but the early Fallouts crash all the time, and I mean honestly even the later ones do, and I have concerns about my computer not being powerful enough. So there's like a part A and a part B to what I'm trying to figure out here. Like part A is what do I do when we finish this game tonight? And what do I do next week? And I guess I'm trying to decide in the moment right now if those are going to be the same thing or different things.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry.
Look at you. You can barely walk.
It's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Also got shot
That's
in the
nothing
chest.
to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be...
You feel the ligament move on your left shoulder, and a small, warm drip of blood. It's
I have some questions for you. Let's just not bring
Can I
up
help
all
you
the
with
dead
something?
people. We need to get to that
That
island.
won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always...
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has them?
My
if not
husband
you?
used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and... The twins.
Which kids?
God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Can we borrow
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on...
Of course, ma'am. It's only...
Aye.
Not along
Crow's
attentively.
feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as
Thank you.
Please
We'll
be
use your skiff to
conservative
get
with the
there.
fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
He's seeing you. Let's also see what the old lady has to say, just to see.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you?
I got shot.
Even I can see that. I told you not to, though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
I guess you were right. The men with guns
I'm
were
not
coming
sure
for
those
me
were the
after all.
last of the men with guns either.
then we'll be ready.
I'm off. So, oh, the twins are here. There we go.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
Okay, you've been to the island, right? Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
Nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft and we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
What
They're
then?
lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Someone lives on the
No.
island?
Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire
I
out?
don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age?
No, he
Does he
doesn't
live there?
I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that
Our
island too, didn't
father
he?
killed himself.
Oh,
Don't say that, he didn't.
say nothing.
I'm sorry.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Bye, kids. Take care. We probably shouldn't call the kids stupid after, like, you know, they just helped us. I kind of feel like there's, like, kind of nothing to do, but the end, so I may as well just throw this point in to Inland Empire.
A skiff with a small steering. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange... Have you made all the necessary preparation? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You
What?
take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox. How else will we blast
Fine.
Sad FM on
Let's
the way to the
blast
island?
Sad FM then.
Get in and ride to the island. Moment of truth.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings.
Let's go.
Let's climb out. Makeshift bridge. Okay, R2 lets us zoom out a bit. So I'm gonna do that. Rusted chains trail off into the ocean. Let's level up. There's a part of me that wants to just keep dumping points into Inland Empire, but level up empathy. I'm not even sure if the points are going to matter much at this point. Tension, inflammable.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What is that flood?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter?
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dry, the great ghost of the air is holding its breath. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the
faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tent, a low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Through its ancient slits, air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. Called a
Below
moment.
the silence. Kim.
Yes?
Have you noticed how quiet it is?
Is that why we're stopping?
Wait, Anton's
The lieutenant nods inside.
Stop listening. Okay. So I think before we head inside, let's see what all these are. Up there, stairs are gone. Okay. Into this room we go. Oops. Wants an armament rest. Those stairs have collapsed. Books. Fantastic and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. We're still finding stuff, even though this is like the end of everything. I wonder if you can New Game Plus with all your stuff or something.
Is nested above the ammo. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Pour fuel
The
into the
lieutenant
tank.
assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark
forgot
brown,
we even
viscous
had a fuel
fluid
canister.
pours out, and there's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder, and the recoil
rope.
start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before.
That should do it.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
The
Tap on the
tank
side.
is far from full, But there should be. There's a grease.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force
How
the rest of
recently?
the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a
You
little shy,
face the
just an
concrete
hour.
wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near. The blanket
Curl up.
feels cold. You feel yourself
so.
standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch.
Okay, so
from
it's
the
evening
sleep.
now. Huh? What's going on? Did I initiate something without meaning to? I may have initiated something. Oh, never mind. We're awake? Lieutenant is no longer here? I guess we'll head downstairs. If I like initiated something without getting the chance to check on everything else, I'm gonna feel real bad. Like potentially load an autosave bad, but I'm not 100% sure. How far away is my autosave? It is... My last save is from back there. That's like just inconvenient enough that I don't want to go back to it. Maybe I will. How do I get out? Oh, probably this way. Down to the chain or something there? Where's the chain? I did not see a chain. Walk into the water? See her footprints on the water?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare
Video
state
Revachol is
turns
here?
around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking, but you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold with me. Let her go.
Where are
I'm
you
going to
going?
Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Hey.
How are you
I'm
doing?
doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm dying in a ruined clock
God,
tower.
Harry. You have to take care of yourself. You're not a young man anymore. If you keep going like this, you'll...
Desperation is gearing up. This is everything I always warned you about.
Something
I'm
is
sorry.
off.
I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time
She
to tend to my
sighs
emotions.
and looks up. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of immortality, aren't you already wearing one?
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more. Silence. Her nuptial.
Anyway. No,
Your skin is
Harry.
holy and soft.
It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
You are, none of the others.
She does not answer. There's that silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive
No,
epic
Harry.
showdown.
No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I bought you this figure of
I
a
don't want
headless
it.
fallen warrior.
It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines.
That's
I
not
thought
what
the figurines were
figurines do,
figuring it out.
Harry.
She
Them
looks at
figurines don't
the
do
headless
anything.
found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
Maybe this revolutionary
No,
figure then?
please. Please don't give me anything.
What about dice?
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to...
Okay, I
I
won't
didn't
give you
ask
things
for
then.
things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have, but now, only boring hell remains.
But that's not a very good
It's
way
not.
for things to be. But what? Tell me there's
I don't
something
know
good.
why I said but. There is no but.
That's
That's
it?
it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
I'm not getting
It
over
just
it at
takes some
all.
time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear, you're still... It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
So you felt that way once?
Yes.
You cannot live without me.
But that time is gone now. So very gone.
20 years,
yes.
that's so much time.
It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
With all my strength, I
There is
can't
a
just like eating
silence.
rocks.
She looks at you. Then, as you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
Sorry,
It's
I made
okay.
you sad. Maybe we
No,
could try
Harry.
again. Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work. I don't
What went
know.
wrong?
Please.
Why am I
Harry.
together?
We can't be together because you're...
She avoids turning them to you.
Insane how.
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself,
Just try it.
brushing her hands in her gown. With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to. She is not kissing you back.
But I
This was
succeeded.
not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
Oh, let's just
The
end that.
moment
That's
is ending.
not cool.
She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew, brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
You were the apricot
No,
chewing gum scented
I'm
one.
just Dora.
Why didn't you
Why
kiss
did
me
you
back?
do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head.
I guess just stand there.
Shakes her head one more time. The evening wind.
No,
it then.
Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have. I'm pregnant.
Is it
Of course
mine?
not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No. More questions. Ask more.
You
What do
know
you mean
what
by
I mean.
insane? This is getting like really real. Everyone gets a little down, I guess.
You've worked there for so long, you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
They're not lists,
This
they're
is another one, isn't
trees.
it? We're in a tree right now.
Yes, but it's
It's
not
not
possible
just the
to
lists
talk without
or
trees.
or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years, and then you start beating things. You get violent. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
Get the feeling
don't
you're not
know
really
what you mean.
Dolores Day.
Dolores Day.
You're the
Wasn't
X
I
something.
Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Everyone?
Literally all of you.
There's not a good option here.
I'm glad too, but I have to go.
What?
Cool your friends.
I
Say
will.
hi to your friends for me.
1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me. Now that I am the ruler of the known...
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
I've been reading books.
That sounds nice, Harry, but I really don't want to argue about ideology with you right now.
This won't be an argument. It will be emotional and true.
There was a time I would have loved to hear about them. I would have hung on every word. I would have made you feel smart, just, hopeful. But now is not that time. Now we are in hell, and in hell, there is only the aerodrome. And boring disagreement.
Well, you said I have a vast soul and
We
you always
both
come
said a
back
lot
to
of
it.
things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
So you didn't say it, you
As
wrote
Queen
it in
Regnant,
handwritten,
I write a lot
handwritten
of
letter.
letters.
Start
Please,
reciting
Harry,
it.
I just don't have time for this.
Take out the letter and read.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
No, I'm not.
Then why are
happy.
you doing this? Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground. It was 100 million years ago.
The light of the video rental shines.
Sorry, I'm like
through her
skipping
dress.
through this, but this is
The
like
DeLorean figure, cut in
heavy
black,
to read.
moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. Yes,
ticket
let's
stub.
talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
Where's this
It's
Voyager
here.
Road?
We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. There.
The house.
You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
What now? What happens now? What is the next
Is
thing
there
to talk
really
about?
anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not, I have
Don't
to,
go.
Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
I understand.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up.
Will we ever
I
see
won't
each
see
other
you,
again?
but you will see me.
How can that
oh,
be?
Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened?
When will I see
right
you again
here,
then?
tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time.
But this is intolerably
oh, yes.
bad.
This is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Oh, that's hard. I thought I was playing a fun detective game about a murder. Oh, we're back here. Cool.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Actually, it was
I did
total
not want to wake you.
annihilation.
Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
No, an ex-wife.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Let's solve
Are you
the
sure you're okay?
case.
You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds.
Just spit out the blood and get back to work.
He's still worried. You must have really... Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift. Most
Sift
are
through
soft
them.
covers, serialized among what...
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. This is a...
Nothing
maybe
out of the
it's a little
ordinary.
old-fashioned.
I feel like if I'm ever going to do a second playthrough, it's probably going to be conceptualization that I place super high, just because I think that's the thing I've like missed the most.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door.
Another
on the
part
other
of the
side.
island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be used. Maybe
How
this
do we
is one
open
of the
this?
doors we don't open.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right, we opened the
I
big
think
one.
there's a
Do
console
you see the
just
controls
southeast.
anyway?
Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
So to the southeast, it's probably this, right? Just out of curiosity, what's this? Hatch is jammed shut.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches.
The
What is
console
this,
of
then?
an anti-computation device.
Could
I
this open
think,
the blast
yes.
door?
Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
The
Emergency
blast door
open.
opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anxiety.
After you.
What's there?
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black.
Let's go. Like, why are we still finding money? It's not like we have a use for it. So we know the beach is that way. Let's go see what's this way. White flowers blossom all around you.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet, unclouded by cataracts. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
Now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out
I
their
may
fire?
have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a high
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You
My
retained your
eyesight.
eyesight.
Yes. Helps.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
I
Close the
did.
blast door. I fueled the
I
generator
should
and
have
used the
burned
console.
that console down.
How'd you know I was
Reactionary
coming?
rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
It was not
The
reactionary. It was
fascists
cool.
were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Nice gun you
It's
got
not
there.
nice. It's a piece of shit. But gets the job done.
Is that a
It's a
Belma Gray?
3-Angong 446.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
This Hisin Yao Kami.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
Your weapon has stayed true to you, mine stayed true to
Yes.
me too.
I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next, a fire gone out.
I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down, not low.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Pick up the gun.
His
I
gaze
understand.
follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly like the
Inspect
rifle's
it
in a
close.
shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It says he said.
No one said it has to be a Belma grave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have...
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed, the right
Uses
type,
jacketed
the right
ammunition.
caliber.
He's liking this.
Stowed.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him to get a confession in time.
Who are
My
you?
name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
How long have you been on the
43
side?
years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for
43
42
years and 10 months.
That's steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give
knows.
up.
But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Girl child revolution.
Always.
She better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession would lighten the load.
What have you
Yes,
done then?
what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said you deserted
I was
your
just
unit.
16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse
You
of
could
faith.
say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold.
It's reaction.
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't reaction.
It's
You were
the
just
same
afraid.
thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark
The
magic.
combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go
No.
to the map room, did you?
I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
I've always
Now
suspected
is not the
same.
time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
What is this place,
It's
this
not
island?
an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. The
What was it used for?
congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
I guess I'll take Spiritus de Corpus.
Coalition military
The
called
landing,
it
we take
Operation
Revachol.
Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not.
Sure you are. You're our CM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murders and
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis. The black-eyed angel.
No, have you survived all
How
this
does
time?
anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
There's a choice. You could become something
You're
from the
insane
creative
and
system.
grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
There's a serious situation. You need to be looked over.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped
I
mentally?
I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also
At
live
least
in hell.
you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself
It was
all
hard
these
in
years?
the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How did you get between here and the
At
mainland?
night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Why don't you just
I
walk
don't want
there?
to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under Saint Lane 22B. Have you
So
been there?
you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged
I
beyond
know.
use.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights, ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building if you
The
stay
propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. And a lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Tell me another
The
thing.
old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your
Yo,
termless
the
surrender.
RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian
Rock and
revolutionary
roll
unit.
posturing. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, the Parti Communiste Insolente. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the
No,
communist army.
I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained in the
Trained
Defense Corps.
in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
What does a
The
political
old
commissar
man does
do?
not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you were like a priest.
No, the opposite of that. A future human. not a human of the past.
That means you're a
He
trained
nods
communist, right?
slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm also a
No,
communist.
you're not. You're a liberast. A
Liberast?
liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
I'm not a liberal, I told you I'm a communist.
we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder.
The old man spits into the fire pit. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
I have another
There's
serious
nothing
question for you.
serious in this world. It's a farm.
What have you
I've
been
used
using this
it
gun
for
for?
killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. No. Be careful now. Slow and don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Wait, so which one
Nothing
is it?
comes to you. Sight and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Okay.
Detective.
Damn it. Ask it already, he wants to say.
All is not as it seems. Suggestion has not led me astray, except for the times it's really led me astray. So let's go with...
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
So you're saying you killed people after
What did
active
I
fighting
just say?
stopped?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor criminal?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
The gun, the murder weapon, the scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
What am I forgetting?
Here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you... Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank
got
you,
it.
Head. Thank you.
Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything.
Officer, a word?
Excuse us for a moment.
I think we may have this.
You think he did?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
Slapping myself
I can
with
see
good
that,
ideas.
yes. I'm not judging.
Trying to get him to
Yes,
confess.
good going. That should be our first priority.
What do you think the questioning is
We are
going?
doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more.
What am I missing? What haven't I
Ballistics.
done?
Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
It doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight and he'll do the rest.
Okay,
Remember,
let's do it.
he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look...
There is palpable excitement in his tone.
Okay. We need to find this man's sniper perch. Okay, I think we have to go back towards the building. And I thought we were going to finish this early, but the last few conversations have taken quite some time. So maybe we're fine. Please do still give suggestions for what to play next week, though. The Pathfinder games are on my list of ideas. Kingdom Hearts is something I'm thinking about, but I'm not, like, good at Kingdom Hearts. Like, I've played them all, I've beat them all, I've done, like, the extra content on normal difficulty. But I'm not, like, good at Kingdom Hearts. So I don't know how entertaining that would be to watch. I might just have to look, see what's out there. I've also been thinking about, like, I haven't been thinking about it for the stream in particular, but I've been thinking about, like, just, like, I don't know, playing games that I liked when I was a kid or something. Like the Sonic Adventure games or something. What about this way?
A strange feeling looking at the water. With a bottle in your hand.
A bottle in my
Always.
hand. Why?
Perhaps there's someone there. Smelling of tutti frutti. Maybe. You know it's going to hurt.
But it's
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes. No, no. We're not starting with that. Not now. In
What
the
is your
still
sight?
mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the...
Can we actually step in? Seems like no. Oh, there's more fuel.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab. Only half.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
Inspect
A
the
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, margarine, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one
The
out of the
silhouette
can.
of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Shooter's a heavy smoker. Inspect
There's
the
a
wall.
firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the
Quite
concrete
old and
first.
grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your trepidation. A tingling, a small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting, 1 kilometer across the water.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside
A pair
the
of
room.
binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
I could make the shot.
I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
You're right.
He looks north, over the... He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there.
Well, as long as we're putting points into stuff. Sure, more Inland Empire, why not? Or wait, did I not? Never mind, I did do it. Well, time to go get a confession. Now let's try talking to this guy.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Let's try it.
For a 60-year-old man, he's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly
One more time.
malnourished. But that's
We talk about you
Pretty
killing.
bourgeois law.
a drop of blood. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. Estranged.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen the flowers anywhere else in Martinaise, only
They
here.
blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinaise is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman called Clausia. Ring any bells? The dried flowers were behind her window.
Clausier.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the mercenary.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
Wonder what brands of boots you're
Everything
wearing.
is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Dross.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Let's try it.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there near the room the victim died in. Sneaking
Racking
around.
those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
We've done the ballistics.
Saw
The
you
shot came from
poking
the side.
around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of
Because
Martinaise.
it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh? Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
Damn, He saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We saved a lot of them, their leader, we handled that
You
situation.
didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those murderers rip right into them. God, none of those people mean anything to you.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
Stop changing the subject, we have the murder.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this.
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve it.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds. Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his... Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their... And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex? Through the scope of your rifle that night?
The old man.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I
Why
don't.
were you looking?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle?
A rifle scope
helps him see all the...
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of...
Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
Let's see. When did you first see the
3
deceased?
weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Rich hag?
Wrinkled up whore.
What is it with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist?
Lack sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters. So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it. fiddling with their sexual...
Some strange glandular process takes place in him, and anger too, in addition to loneliness.
Moving on.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalanx weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw
Them
murder?
fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then.
Past the Fell building on the coast?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her.
And beautiful.
What do you think she
Her
hid there?
passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast you looked into?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean... I did.
Did you continue watching her after
She had a
this?
face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
How did you see all
I'm
this?
not blind, am I?
Let's try it.
It quickly comes to you.
Any chance you've seen them through a hole
Oh,
in
yes.
the wall?
Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez, every nook and cranny.
And that
yes, that too. The things they did in that little room, what she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
You hear the familiar scribble of the one more loose end down.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
You wanted to punish her, so
she practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
Dream.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air, burning.
Say nothing.
The old man raises his gaze. Something glimmers, a bitter taste on his tongue.
You had feelings for
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Take that. When was that?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her May bells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her.
I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about
her.
The lieutenant nods at you. That's it.
Where is she, that Classier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us hear first. She figured out that someone was watching her from the seafloor.
I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village. 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea, the ruins of a seafort. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place where, as the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
You could get more out of it. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
I'm looking at anything else you haven't liked.
Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically,
the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries, pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clinton.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins, in tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now
Now
dead.
I have some questions.
We did
about
good
this.
when we pushed him under the horse car, until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center. What was that about? Steroids? It piqued your interest.
Whores.
And the racist gates on the gates.
Yes,
Steroids.
steroids. A racist on steroids.
You mean Measurehead?
What is
What's
my
your opinion? On him?
You think the rich man has an opinion on this idiocy? Is the rich... No. The rich man's looking at real estate and fiddling his kids, wading through the corpses.
I do have an opinion on Measurehead. People need to hear it. It's not
You
positive.
moralist types are all crypto-fascists, eternally fascinated with lurid race topics. The rich man doesn't care about complexion. He rules... Yeah,
Just out of
what is-
curiosity,
No.
what would happen if I said I am
I
unaffected?
find it strange that you keep bringing this up. The rich man doesn't care about complexion. He rules the world.
You mentioned the
and he
Union is
laughs
Social
at your
Democratic
morals.
and Mr. Clare is
Another
a farce of a
hideous
Social Democrat.
disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
It was a
That
disappointment ever
deformed
Clare.
toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brain...
Doesn't ever
That
run the
mobster
union?
toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin...
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first person you met
can't
in
live
the city,
alone.
are we?
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. No.
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you
I
approached
haven't
them?
approached anyone.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
When he let you be
Let
here.
me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Did you do
know
it to
why
incite
I
a
killed
riot?
that fucker Duat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
That's a red check. We won't be able to try it again.
Every
Talking about Renee.
fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race.
Just now.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to
Not
kill him?
yet. I like to look at him strut around. Place the crosshair on his medals. Right on his face.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him around lately. Strutting.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Anyway.
Yes, of course.
He seems relieved. He reminds him of himself. They are veterans of the same war. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer, police work? Patrol Officer Judith
Let's
Minogue
try it.
replies,
Okay,
no,
we failed.
Dumbo, do something. You can't zone out. Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it. By God, we are on the edge, in the very end, and you can't even remember what you're trying to connect, can you? While the murder suspects...
What do you think about
this deal you made? With Edgar, the death of the criminal mercenary, what about the other people?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women?
That's it. That's...
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed. You are the law. He must divulge the information.
We're not talking
Look
this part, what do
who's
we do?
up from the drunken stupor. This one's worse for wear.
We will have plenty of time to talk about this later, Mr.
Go ahead. I've been...
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it.
Yes.
Oh my God. He's even worried for him.
You know, his daddy died of age a couple of days ago. Yeah.
I waited too long. I waited too long and...
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand.
They're all dead now. Fuck it. All human beings care about each other.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to think of something else.
I'm sorry. Are you okay?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all...
He's not okay. This is just another black day.
Glad we talked about what?
I'm asking
His
about the
lip
people you
curls
don't like.
into a snip.
Glad we talked about what?
How close am I to leveling up? Not close at all. Okay. You're under arrest.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the erratic movements. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be... Do you...
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Pupils are dilated too.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then...
There's something you're not getting here.
Who watches over him there while I come back for you?
Something is happening. Stop.
Oh, I want to check this, but it's a red check. Sorry, I'm gonna Google this. I want to know what the point of no return is for this conversation. Let me see.
This is no harmless old...
This fuck.
No, listen. Listen now. You thought you heard something.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
You could all fit in
Actually,
a little boat.
no.
You could come back for me once.
It would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
No need to be
This
polite, I'll
world.
do it.
What are you talking about? Is this... us?
Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Is this going to be the... something? Is this going to be the thing I couldn't hear before?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Blink.
It's still there.
What is
What
that?
are you talking about?
The giant stick
There's
insect.
nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you. You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then it's really there, spinning slowly.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is the segmented antennae move with apprehension. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
I mean, I would...
Slowly,
I wouldn't have liked if we
breath
failed
out,
that check with a
you take 2 small
97%
steps
chance.
toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks, like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes.
Raise your
The
hand
insect
slowly.
stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below it, suddenly. No, stop. Be afraid.
Raise your
As
other
you do,
hand too.
the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They're shifting around in the reeds around it. In the muddy water, you notice some of its hind legs apparently standing on the water from time to time. It's that light.
Hello, I'm Harry.
No
I don't really
reply.
know who I am.
A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue.
And on your
You were
tiptoes to
right.
look more closely.
Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam...
Kim, it's
Careful.
foaming.
It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating.
At the
Little bubbles
very
begin
least,
to
we got
burst,
Inland Empire
one
at the
by
end.
one.
I exist.
I exist
Tell me,
too.
what is life for you?
I'm ill.
What is your illness?
Honestly, all of these. I think in my heart, for me, it's sadness, input
me,
after input.
It's not like that. I have states, not emotions. For example, I experience excitement and unexpected sugar reward. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient,
Intruded
shapes
upon by
of
what?
plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
You're the type of animal I would like
Are
to
you sure?
be. No, I'm not. Why are you
Sometimes,
asking?
when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced the missing antenna.
That's cool.
No, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot
Yes.
there now.
Thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
I am a
So
detective.
am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The
He's
killer.
in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're
Very
destroying him.
slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Is this a dream? What is
No.
happening?
You are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world?
Not even the birds know that. Not even a water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with
You
no
can also
answers.
eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
What exactly
I
are
am
you?
an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulindia insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trashkins and boys.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical.
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles Islanders who came here first, but did not stay. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you poisonous?
I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
That's
No,
insane.
you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile senior nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the pale is
It is a
human
nervous
made?
shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't
You're a
have that kind
violent
of
and
power.
irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. just by accident.
How?
We suspect it would be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
I've already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having
It
a
doesn't
violent
look like that,
Catholic
no.
asphyxia? What does
You're
it look
just
like?
staring at it.
And I think I'm having a vision about the
Okay.
final fate of mankind.
Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of?
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have no more to
No.
say goodbye now.
There is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful.
you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
I will.
He was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Take the picture.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant.
I got it.
For all time.
Slowly reach out and touch
The
its
antennae
whiskers.
hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch
I
the
went
tip
from
of the
being
left
concerned
whisker.
we would finish
On
early
contact,
to
the
running
chitin
late and
curls
really
into a
having to
spiral,
use the bathroom.
like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your
Let's try to
fingertip
wrap this
feels
up.
cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying. It is surprisingly delicate. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick your finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint, odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Carefully
The
tap
limb
its
before you
sight
is incredibly
like
light,
forearm.
like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Run your hand up the
A
slender limb.
small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl.
Okay, we
Another
died.
shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life.
Disengage
As you're turning
slowly.
away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
And there it goes.
And just like that, and something under it.
It's gone.
It can walk on the water.
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only... I've never seen it.
What's
Looks
that
like
in
a
the
nest of some sort.
What now?
What now?
In some kind of strain.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need...
You got a rifle scope, a helmet.
What is it?
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
Mr. Dolos?
The man does not respond. He keeps with fear, like an addict of some terrible substance.
Move your hand in
A
front of his
light
eyes.
shiver passes him.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news.
The trembling mouth.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to
Old
this
age
man?
and shock.
I think it's the
Yes,
phasmid.
the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress.
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
You couldn't see
It
it,
could
Kim,
be
it's
part
just
of
a
the
read
shock.
screen.
But you're right, something is off.
No response.
Maybe this is how the
Then
phasmid
how
is
did we
taken
see
in
it?
all its years.
Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible.
Yeah, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dross, the doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than
Could it
57.
be there's something
You mean
hormonal?
pheromonal?
Seems
The
a little
scope,
off for his
knowing
age.
of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje. I see what.
talked to the
You
patient,
should be
said
more
it's
careful,
strong.
detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Anyway, it's only trying to
A
remain
valid hunch.
unseen.
Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be
Been here
careful.
for a long time, who
He
knows how
did
much
seem
he's had in
distressed
his
when it finally
company.
came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank
So
God.
He stares
some things
into
in
the
the
reeds.
phasmid's nest.
Your words don't stir anything.
Showing
Nothing.
a ceramic helmet.
Just the last ember.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense.
Showing the detached scope.
I lost.
You
He
lost it?
turns his eyes to the reed.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. This site is a T9.
Silence. You've gotten all you will out of this poor.
I'll let you
the blacks-
rest.
The blacks of his eyes are the strength is all.
We should think about getting back to the mainland.
Okay. Just says use the boat to return to the mainland. Okay. Come on. We're almost done here. Oh, nope. To get back to the boat, we gotta go this way. Okay, tell you what. I'm like dying for a bathroom break, so I will be right back. And we will just roll straight through once I'm back. And we're back. Alright, let's try and fly through this.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot and Land's End.
Yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was
For
used
bringing
for?
munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also
Flying
from
to the
enemies.
moon.
Enemies of the commune of Revachol.
The skiff is swaying.
Let's return to the mainland.
We are done here.
The skiff rocked, but for the sound of conversation on the water. There is someone in. 2 men and a woman stand on the. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
So,
Look what the tide brought in. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
no one else seems bothered,
Bothered
by
by
it.
it. Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Forget about all
We're
this.
not
There's a
forgetting
giant-
about anything. Look at you.
Who are
Hello,
you people?
I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this
Ari, we
about?
want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
I'm sorry I didn't
It's
finish
okay.
you before.
I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually.
That's right. Worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work, or when you do about stink. You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries instead of working.
How did you know
The
I was here?
cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved his establishment and
Strange.
still he
He
betrays
didn't
me.
mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building. It was on fire.
This is one junior
I don't
bullet
know.
point.
It had shit kid written all over it.
So Trent Heidelstein turns out to be a
Yes,
special consultant.
I'm Trent Heilerstein. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstein.
What was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Yeah, what was up with all
No,
the
I
interesting
was
history?
just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also...
So what are you special
What
consulting
indeed?
here?
I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic...
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
You mentioned a task
Yeah,
force.
Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Yeah, totally, I get it.
He doesn't
Major crimes
remember.
unit.
See? He really doesn't remember. It wasn't a sick joke. At least that's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
Where have you been all this time? There's a
God damn
mercenary
it, Harry.
tribunal.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
You let me face a
wasn't
squad
like
of
that.
trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
I said all those things, I'm not like
Sure.
that anymore.
You're not a superstar law official. Talk on the town is your Guillaume Le Million reincarnate. I know this shit. Nothing has changed.
None of this is
The
ringing any
bells
bells.
aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically, you think I'm so poor I
Not
lost
when you
my memory?
phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't...
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedeford's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
I mean, I feel like 5 is the honest answer. Let's go with the honest answer. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore.
I
It was a
can go
defense
for that.
mechanism.
Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I
Yes,
have.
a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the 2 drunks case. The other when we looked into that mural.
The 2 cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape. To borrow a known metaphor, Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total import. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to...
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to leave.
No
Kim.
one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on.
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it into the ocean.
So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out. You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessful. Ouch! You strained your elbow trying to catch that.
He found it. He found it, Jean. It's his badge.
And your gun?
My gun is right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
So what, I've had
A little drink? You smell like a corpse. I'm downwind and I can barely breathe. You smell like shit. You let a suspect escape, Harry. Glacier something. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagis. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the
Oh,
island.
well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the case itself.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's worrying. especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd. Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the constant smoking everywhere, all the time. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I've seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as a reed. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across. You hear gasps beneath that.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant
Fucking
columnist.
hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the
The
killer's
old man
mental
was not
degradation.
aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
The killer Lilyanovich draws we have a strong motive for him.
Lilyanovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary
The
matronym.
custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilyanovich. The custom was overturned.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICA...
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory.
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Killed the mercenary in an act
Jealousy.
of jealousy.
I thought this Lilyanovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50...
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political read. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop
Masterpiece.
school.
Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. It is bad. Chin up. Keep focusing on the positives here.
So a dead man on the boardwalk,
Yes,
and
yes.
missing person
Fallen
found.
through a gap in a boardwalk.
How did you
The
know I
body
found
was
him?
transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
You're not the only cop in the world.
Still, good.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Confiscated
Who's
drugs from
Kuno?
Kuno's dad.
You don't want.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
So looked into the mystery
I
of the
don't know
doomed
what a
commercial area.
commercial area is.
Commercial
Why?
building, all businesses
That's
go
not what.
bankrupt.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Female?
You had to see it. It had this.
Incredible.
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs. As in cloning itself. What makes you think so?
Observation.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at
reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone.
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the fast meet.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Cop discovers news people.
This would really help with some of the...
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news.
Without it.
You're doing good here. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
I think we don't have proof of this one, and this one won't go over well. So let's see.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude.
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
But he's been drinking, she thinks. This is exactly how he gets out of this every time. It's bad for him, but...
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator...
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
I have a few questions before we go.
The man looks west, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
It does explain
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the shot put, your inexplicable facial hair, your love of retro-style dance music, how you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
Also, this guy, and this guy too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
When was this? When
in
was
your
I a gym
20s or
teacher?
late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said in Corona?
Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym.
The smell of sweating.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That...
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the
The
RCM
regular.
then?
You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. Oh.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. the air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries.
Okay, I see.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that.
Why am I
It's
like
not
this?
a mystery. Some chick fucked you over.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick.
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you...
Not Dora Dubois.
Something like that. Half Vazan.
So we weren't even
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora England really tore you a new one. Incredibly bangable.
Huh?
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous.
Heartbreak, welcome. Pain, welcome.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never
Look, the sun is about to go down.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
Am I a dirty cop
No.
working for police? No, because the
You're
suspect
too
seemed
unstable
think-
to work for my boss. You're suicidal, Harry.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a...
I told you it's not that bad.
Precinct 41, what kind of
Us
station is that?
with the bloody murder station, haven't
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just an...
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen and McLean.
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe
And
me.
the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cool.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the...
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the...
Somewhere under the curved roof of a... They speak of change. The city. The tension on the streets.
We recently shoot up
So
a church
he
by-
remembers that.
or by any
Yes,
chance.
there may have been a raid on some churches.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why
Our
didn't we go
enemies
there?
were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about...
He means it. The RCM, your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the bloody murder
Okay,
station.
it's not the bloody murders.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivachol. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided...
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
I need to talk to Lena
Who
about
is
this
Lena?
ASAP. Cryptozoologist, she lives in Jamrock. She told
Tabernacle?
me about it.
It's on the way over. Near where you live, on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to...
She is going to be over the moon.
Lieutenant Kitaragi,
Well,
what will you do now?
First, I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
I want to do that at Station
Talk to
41.
Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
No, not investigate. Come work in
Work
Precinct
with
41.
Price? I'm flattered, but...
Would fit in. And crazy enough.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you...
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload now. Piles that we need to get.
I do like the sound of that.
I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a
Under the afternoon sky, the great, you close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Hiddleston? No. Vicmere? Yes. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man.
Wonderful. Then can we please just...
End. That was a long end of the stream section. But this has been a fun game. I'll let the ending play out here. Phase through the door. Skip the credits. Looks like not. Anyway, while this is going on, let's see, is anybody live for a raid? Twitch chat preemptively. Okay, no one is live at the moment. So we're probably just going to call it a stream. I just want to wait for the credits to finish rolling. I just want to see if there's any kind of post-credit scene or like, you know, because we discovered the Phasmid, are we gonna get to talk to Luna about that? Thank you, Nightcrawler. You made it just in time for the credits. The voice acting was really good for this thing. Kuno and the like head detective guy at the end there were like the same dude. That is range. Final Cut voice acting. So they changed voice actors for this release? I guess? Interesting, there are some names here I'm not recognizing. I wonder if there are some characters I just missed completely. While we're waiting on the credits to roll, if anybody's got any recommendations for what I should play starting next week on Monday, I am open to suggestions. I'll be back on Wednesday for Persona. Stygian. Google that. Ooh. This looks very interesting. Like an Arkham Horror type thing. Yeah, Call of Cthulhu. I probably will check that out. I do like me some like I don't know if I should say I like the Lovecraft mythos, because I actually haven't read that much Lovecraft. But like, I like the vibes. Or how should I explain it? I am not fond of Mr. Hewlett-Packard Lovecraft or any of his beliefs, but I find the aesthetic of Cthulhu and monsters like that pleasing. There we go. So yeah, I will at the very least be checking this out. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I love tabletop RPGs already, just as a rule. And Call of Cthulhu, I actually haven't played Call of Cthulhu. I've just never been able to get a group for it. But the concept of it is very interesting to me, and the mechanics and systems in it. I'll probably check that out. Maybe I'll give that one at least a good first try next week. And then if I like it, we'll stick with it. Okay. I'm gonna guess that's it. So I am exhausted. That took a lot longer than I thought it would to finish. No Marvel scene. I don't know what you mean by no Marvel scene. If it's in reference to something to do with Disco Elysium, I have refrained from looking up anything since I've been playing it. Now that I've finished it on my own time, I'll probably go back and try to get all the stuff I missed. Yeah, no post credits. I was hoping for one because we did go to all that effort to discover the Phasmid, and then I thought, because it was a dialogue choice, I was like, oh, we get to tell Lena about it. I thought that would be a cool post-credit scene, but I guess we don't get that. Anyway, I am going to sign off for the night. I'll see if I can find someone who's playing this right now. Everyone I follow is either asleep or just not streaming right now. Well, let's see if we can find someone. Okay. This computer is so slow. I'm gonna have to seriously think about upgrading this sooner than I had hoped. This laptop has served me well, but as a streaming machine, it's starting to show its age a little bit. Okay, let's see. We are going to raid Cidaburns. Yeah, this thing put in work. I got this as a present for college. 5 or 6 years ago. I forget exactly when I got it. But the graphics card in here isn't even a normal graphics card. It's an GeForce 840M. This is back when Nvidia was still making separate graphics card lines for the laptops and desktops. So that is what we are working with in here, and it has worked very well, but it might be time to actually have a proper gaming tower. Okay, we're gonna raid Sid Burns. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but they're playing this game. Let's go show them some support.